Okay, calling the Justice and Public Safety Committee meeting for September 24th, 2025 to order. First line of business. Can I get a motion to
Motion to
approve?
Yes, sir.
Motion to
Second that motion to approve the minutes from April 30th.
Y'all gonna let me get it out of my mind?
No.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve for August 22nd?
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, motion to approve the minutes for August 27th, 2025,
Yeah.
this one.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now we're going to discuss decisions on the EMS and medical response for York County. David?
Thank you. Welcome all this evening. So we've got kind of a short agenda, but a lot of material to cover. So tonight with me, I've got Chuck Haynes, our Director of Emergency Management, who also handles our EMS contract and system oversight. And then also Mike Fernandez, Director of 911 Communications, Public Safety Communications, and John Carter, Deputy Director. So we'll hear from them later. So our major two topics will be our EMS and medical response in York County, and then discussion of our upcoming Motorola contract. We're in a contract, but we're coming up for a renewal of that in the middle of our negotiations. So we'll just lead and go straight into our EMS discussion. So I'm going to hand it off to Chuck Haynes, and then I'll come back in towards the end, and then we'll open it up for some discussion and conversation.
All right. Thank you for the time to come and talk about EMS. And even though EMS encompasses everything from first response, medical, from fire departments, tonight we're mainly going to focus on the ambulance side of it, the transport side of it. So we have three partners, and this is a little bit of a review. I think David touched on this a little bit during our workshop, but just as a reminder, we have three partners that help us with medical calls: Piedmont Medical Center EMS, River Hills, and then Atrium Fort Mill EMS. We have agreements with them, our contracts, and there's minimum staffing for each. For Piedmont, it's 10 ALS ambulances and then 2 QRVs, ALS QRVs. River Hills and Fort Mill is 1 ALS ambulance minimum, and then after that 1 ALS ambulance is staffed, then they can staff a BLS ambulance. Of course, they can staff 2 ALS. We're not going to turn that down. Under the Piedmont contract, there's a maximum annual average, and so for 12 months, they have to be under 12 minutes on the eastern side, and then 18 minutes on the Clover, Lake Wiley area. The western side, 20 minutes, and then for City of York, 12 minutes. We have never had them approach these numbers, especially on the western side. But keep in mind, we have about 38,000 medical calls a year, and so to move the needle of average, you have to really have a lot of ones outside of that high side. And so you may have heard calls of it taking an hour to get an ambulance there. Now this is extreme, but that hour amongst 38,000 calls, really doesn't do much of that. But we don't want those outliers, and that's what we're here to talk about tonight. Population growth, that's only calculated in the Piedmont contract. For every certain amount of population on the eastern side, it requires another ambulance. And then on the western side, it's a different calculation, but it's set for population as well. So you don't have to ask. We're still maybe a year or two out before that minimum increases for Piedmont. So we're kind of in the area that they have a year or two before they have to look at that, adding additional units. And we are going to have a time for questions at the end. But before I move on, any questions on this? This should sort of be like a review for everyone.
Just a quick question on
Yes, sir.
response time for Western at 20 minutes. Where's the unit coming from?
Well, so there's an ambulance at the Sharon Fire Station, which would be the closest, obvious, and then York, and then Clover, Newport. But, and we will get into this in a second, everything's dispatched on closest ambulance by GPS. And so should there be a call in downtown York and the Sharon ambulance is the closest ambulance, then that ambulance would be dispatched to the call. And so it's, there's a little bit of gaming the EMS system, moving the resources around in a deployment method. And we can talk about that in just a second. But there are times where we have units in the system available, they're just not in the right spot, and then that could cause a delay in response.
So for the purpose, just to answer your question, for the purpose of response times, those are only looked at and mapped by region, not by ambulance. So
Right.
it's not by just the ambulance in Sharon or the ambulance
Yeah.
in Clover. It's broken up in the map, so whatever call falls in the map, that's calculated as part of that average for the annual average.
So, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, but they also take the ambulance in Sharon and sometimes stage it in York.
That's true. So if there's no ambulances in York, they'll move to the population center. There's different thoughts on that, and that's one of the things we want to get to tonight is a path forward on how we start solving some of these problems and actually get a formal plan on deployment. And so we'll be more consistent in answering calls, and we can have plenty of data to prove why something happened or why maybe something didn't go right, and we can fix that.
So do you guys do, when you look at, say, Western New York, and you look at, say, on an average, you get, I'm just going to throw a number out, you get 50 calls a month, all right? Do you guys do like a geospatial view of like where those ambulances went to? So you can kind of spot out where the most practical places to put the ambulance are, and based on the number of trips
Sure.
needed, that kind of thing. Is that all part of your calculation?
So we have, we're very fortunate to have a very powerful piece of technology that's not cheap, but it actually forecasts based on history where calls are going to be, and then also it's sort of like a heat map in real time.
Okay.
And so if you don't have coverage, it'll have different colors and that sort of thing. And kind of the goal of those who operate the system is to move those resources over to areas that don't have that coverage.
So that's good, and I appreciate that, because, I mean, a lot of times when we have communication with the public, for us to get maybe just a page or a view of that screen, or just to understand, so when we have these questions come up, we can kind of explain how we're approaching it, you know, and what, you know, how are we, you know, from a software perspective, how we're approaching it, so.
Yeah, and it
Food for
changes.
thought, yeah.
So when an ambulance goes out, the actual map changes colors.
Yeah.
And it's kind of almost like a game.
Yeah.
You know, it's, you
Yeah,
think
yeah.
about a video game. You're actually trying to put the resource to cover the darkest section of the map. It actually is intuitive like that.
Mhm.
And it can guess with greater than 90% probability where the next call is going to be.
See, that's good information for
Yeah,
us to
so
have.
we'd have to
Yeah.
share that with you in the future.
Love it, yeah,
But-
sounds good.
But see, a lot of times also another thing that happens, which I think Chuck, is if an ambulance leaves the western side, we'll say a patient, and they get Piedmont, but there's a call that comes in before, they may have to pick that up. See, that leaves the western side even longer without.
Hold on to that thought. We'll
Yeah.
come back to that.
David has some excellent points he's going to make in just a second. No pressure. No, so if I could step back just a little bit and kind of explain how we got here, I think it'd be helpful for everyone. So in 1980, you're probably familiar with this, York County owned York General Hospital there on Ebenezer Avenue in Rock Hill. And so it was time to replace that hospital, and the best way that the decision makers at the time came up with was a partnership with who was AMI at the time, is now Tennant Corporation, and they own and operate Piedmont Medical Center. So it's somewhat of a partnership. At the time, the ambulance service was seen as part of the hospital operation, just like the X-ray department or lab. And so the deal was for the partnership to happen, they would have to take the ambulance service as well. And so there was a little bit of a reduction in the funds exchange in order for that to be taken on. Obviously, in 1980, ambulance service looks a lot different than it does now, and so, but that was kind of the idea. And we always get a lot of questions of, why is the hospital run, EMS, and why is it like that? Well, it was a package deal. The whole thing kind of went with it. We also had rescue squads at the time, some volunteers, some paid, that they were allowed to put ambulances into the system. Most of them were able to get to the ALS level. And then around 2012, 2013, there were some rules passed that they had to be 24 hours a day, ALS, couldn't be off at any time. And there was sort of a strong decision made on that, and very little leeway for them. And believe it or not, one of the things that was argued at the time was there was not enough call volume to have so many ambulances, and now we're kind of on the opposite end of that spectrum. But so by 2013, all the Fort Mill and River Hills had ended their operations. Any questions on that? Just a nugget there. Okay. So Piedmont, Fort Mill, and River Hills all operate as a partner of York County. We run a countywide EMS system using that GPS data, and we don't select, and this is PSC 911 doing this. We don't dispatch based on which company it is or anything like that. It's the most appropriate resources that's closest. The end. It doesn't matter. So York County, and this has been brought up before, and just to clarify, York County does not profit share with the hospital, nor do we pay for any of the operations that they undertake, including the ambulance service. So there's no exchange for money. We don't expect, if they have a really good year, the taxpayers aren't expecting a check, and on the opposite end, there's not an expectation of paycheck or check service being sent to them. Fort Mill and River Hills also receives no funds for services. I think that was also brought up at one point in time, that maybe there were some funds being sent to them other than grant funds from the state. That's the only thing that passes through York County. And finally, this may be a term that you may not be familiar with, but York County Council maintains the exclusive franchise for EMS, which means, and it's important, counties can give the franchise to a company, and they're 100% responsible for everything that happens with EMS. York County, since 1980, has always, well, actually before then, but has always maintained that franchise so they can be the decision makers on what type of service, ALS, BLS, whatever flavor, and how that system is ran and implemented across the county. Although there's been, in the past, there has been some conversations on county council giving that up. It's a very important tool and a very useful item to kind of keep and not assign out. So anyway, we can.
But that's really based on our requirements from a county level.
Sure.
Right. I mean, they own the entity. We're kind of just overseeing from a high level, they're meeting the requirements.
The contracts.
The
Right.
contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just to make sure I drop that point about the franchise home, York County is the franchise, and we allow franchisees to operate the service.
Right.
There's something called essential service legislation at the state level, which requires that the county provide some level of EMS, and fire is the same. Those are deemed essential services by the state legislature, and we have chosen to contract that with others, but we still maintain the franchise. Anyone has to be approved and vetted by the county who is allowed to operate in the 911 system for EMS.
Sure. Okay.
We good?
Yes, sir.
All right. Here's just some numbers for you. Went back to 2021 and then all the way up till this morning. Total runs for EMS countywide, runs high 30s and been that way for a while. Piedmont typically handles about 82-83% of the call volume. Fort Mill's around 12-15%, or 12-13%, somewhere in there. And then River Hills, 6, 4, 5, somewhere in there. And these are dispatches, so on kind of raw numbers. So this is how many times they get dispatched to a call. That doesn't mean they end up with a transport, or they may be counseled en route or something like that. But these are dispatches that goes out. And so it's pretty consistent with the numbers of ambulances they have in the system. So of course, Piedmont would have, 10 or 12 ambulances, so of course they're getting 80% of the calls. And that's just because of the distribution of ambulances.
So if Fort Mill added in 2 more ambulances, can we expect then the percentage then would be going up, or are they still like, is it really based on the number of ambulances like in general?
Right, so
Okay.
it would be a geographic coverage.
Mhm.
So the more ambulances we have, the smaller the gap is to get that response time
Mhm.
down. Now, obviously, if Fort Mill put in, and I'm just going to pick somewhere, let's say they put an ambulance in Bullet Creek.
Mhm.
Obviously, there's not much demand in Bullet Creek, so they wouldn't see a huge increase in call volume because there's not
Correct.
much call volume. But we do dispatch the closest unit, and that even means if Fort Mill happens to be the closest unit to Bullet Creek, they could end up in Bullet Creek. That's part of the agreement. So
Okay.
now, obviously, if that is the scenario and there's an extended response time, we would ask for mutual aid from like Cherokee County or Gaston or something like that.
Gotcha.
Quick question. At events, like rodeos,
Yes.
racetracks, whatnot, I've always wondered, is that something they contract separate to
Yes.
do?
Yes, sir. So the ambulances you see there are not in the CAD system for 911 calls. It's actually a good thing because the event provider pays money to have an ambulance there, and if there is someone that maybe they're hurt or sick, that actually prevents that from being a call, and so it's a good thing all around. But yeah, those
I
are all.
wondered how that worked.
Yeah,
Okay.
they contract directly. Any questions on the numbers there, David? Do you have any? Okay. All right, so we'll spend a little time here. So there's some opportunities here, of course, and there's plenty more too, but kind of high level. So there's opportunities to fill gaps in the medical first response coverage, and then there's service levels. This is mostly done through the fire service. So there's some fire departments that don't run many medical calls. There's some that just run in town, not outside of the county. There's some paramedic levels. There's some, just emergency responder level. Either way, there's certainly opportunities to make it better. We need to address the fragmented staffing and the reliability of the deployment of ambulances. And this is kind of getting to what you were talking about. Like, a lot of people say the West is, left without an ambulance for a really long time. There is some truth to that. And so what we want to do is work on creating, with our partners, of course, creating a deployment model for everyone and holding folks to that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then the last piece there, we want to ensure the reliability of the EMS system. So people shouldn't be waiting an hour or 30 minutes if we can do better. And we do have a lot of resources and a lot of good people who work in the EMS and fire departments that really want to do good and good for the citizen. And really, it's a process improvement effort, and really not a lack of interest among our partners. It's a complex problem, and we just need to put some energy behind and get some effort behind it to get it solved. You want to get through the?
Yeah, so I want to frame this, and I want to caveat everything I'm about to say, that anything that we're talking about, when we're talking about issues or problems, or even maybe the formal way that we've approached and thought about this, is not to disparage anything that's done in the past, but we can acknowledge that there's a better way. Historically, if York County's position in this, maybe attitude towards it, has largely been that, the oversight and compliance piece that, well, if it's not broke, we're not going to fix it. If we're not receiving a lot of complaints, if we don't know that there's a lot of issues, then it must be fine. We're kind of trying to move into a new age where the county is the leadership role of that. And that's where that oversight and compliance piece comes in. Our recommendation really is that the county needs to be more actively involved in the oversight and compliance of our EMS system. The response times that you saw, they're met consistently. But the other question is, are they adequate? Are they truly adequate to serve that area of the county? That's up for us to decide. Obviously, there's a lot of contract negotiations that go into that, but as much as possible, we would obviously like to drive those response times down. And how do we do that? We've got some of the best technology, we've got some of the best dispatchers in the state, if not the nation, but do we use them efficiently? Are our processes as efficient they could be? So right now, I'm in the process of developing an ordinance. I wanted to have it, largely complete by this time, but it's not there yet. But an ordinance to actually establish more of that county-led oversight, where we're driving this conversation and actually monitoring the compliance. And then that would lead into future discussions of how do we improve upon that. So we're trying to approach it from that angle, and that's going to be our role in it. Now, other parts of that is going to be, we define what our role is as part of that. We have a few ideas and recommendations that we would like to build into our long-term plan, whether that may look like an EMS board. It could be an employee, a dedicated staff member monitoring our EMS system and actually ensuring that compliance. But we want to take a more active role in actually enforcing that. I don't like to use the word enforcement, too liberally, but really we should be, guaranteeing our citizens accountability for what our partners have committed to. That's our position. And then what do we need to do to ensure that, or even boost it? One point that Chuck made when we were talking about this was when most of our contracts, when they were written, people's view of EMS and medical response was totally different than it is in 2025. In 1980, people were calling ambulances because they were either dead or close to it. Here today, it's much different. People are calling EMS because their primary care physician said they couldn't see them today. So their next option is go to the hospital. So our contract is not necessarily responsive to that, nor is our system built around that. So we need to kind of acknowledge that today we operate and function under much different assumptions than we did in 1980. That doesn't mean that we need to do away with our contracts or open up trying to change our model delivery. Or let me rephrase that, we should change our model delivery. But it doesn't mean that we necessarily need to say, okay, all contracts are off the table, we're going to renegotiate everything. We still have a good basis to start from. But we need to take a more active role in dictating what that looks like. So, go ahead, sorry.
Okay. First of all, thanks for sending this out before the meeting. I think we got it today, and I actually had a break between meetings, was able to review everything of this, so I appreciate that. So listen to what you're saying. I'm trying to understand. So Eastern, 12-minute response time, Clover Lake Valley 18, Western York County 20, York 12. So are you saying our objective in getting more efficient is to reduce the response times 10%? Good. get York from 12 to 10.8? I mean, what is it, what's our objective here?
That could be a goal. We're not ready to necessarily set that line in the sand yet.
All right.
But obviously, the goal would be to shorten those times. And again, keep in mind that they largely meet those times, but they're generous. They're very liberal response times. So yes, that would be a goal, but I can't say that we have a metric or exact point in place that we're shooting towards yet.
Okay, let me ask this question. Given that the type of calls changed since the 80s and the 90s, do we have any type of virtual component that you're qualifying the call when it comes in to see if there's something we can do virtually with the physician that's on call?
You're coming in on the next point.
Mhm.
Okay, I understand in here, but,
Yeah,
so
that's-
you're looking at everything you can possibly look at to assist the citizen efficiently.
Yeah, no, so I'll come back to that because that's going to be my next point.
Mhm.
So basically, would we have basically like a liaison or representative we would put in with the staff at Piedmont from York County?
I don't think they would be integrated in with the staff. They would be a staff member of ours, but their daily job and function, and Chuck will chime in as well, because I don't want to, we thought and kind of bounced this off of each other a lot. It would be more of that monitoring system compliance and overall, not just looking at it at one static time, where we say, are you meeting your goals, but looking at it as a holistic approach. I'll jump down to the last bullet piece to kind of speak to that. There's a quantitative and a qualitative aspect to this. So we can check the box on the quantitative aspect of meeting response times and different aspects of our contract compliance. But where we don't monitor here and today is the qualitative aspects, the quality of patient care, the most appropriate facilities. Our goal with that and what that physician or person would be doing would be, it's in the EMS world, it's called a quality assurance or quality improvement program, where we're actually monitoring that effectiveness. Most individual agencies have that on their own, but from our perspective, with us being the franchise, we need to be taking a more active role in monitoring that, so we can ensure the qualitative aspect of it, that a high level of delivery is being given and provided to the citizens. That also becomes more important when we start talking about we need to have a standard level of care. As it stands now, each entity has their own medical control director, which is fine. That's their charge to be licensed with Department of Public Health. But we don't have one that oversees the county. We don't have standard protocols across the entire county. So our standard level of care is not necessarily consistent. There's a state formulary which is very liberal, but it's up to the individual agency to determine what portions of that state formulary protocol that they're going to adopt. We would view that the county needs to take a more active role in what we would approve and what we believe agencies need to provide as well. So to that point, talking about the protocols and medical direction, what I want to talk about briefly, and this is where we need to solicit your input and direction on, and I'll talk and then I'm going to ask Chuck to chime in as well, but there's a lot of different models out there that exist. To Councilman Huckabee's point, a tiered response where there's BLS integrated into it, strictly ALS response, which we have now. The newer thing in the past 10 years has been advanced EMTs, which are technically qualified as advanced life support, but they don't meet the threshold of paramedics, so we don't largely acknowledge those. There's also levels of delayed dispatch, where we can prioritize calls, we can triage calls, if you will, when they come in. Those are ideas that we would like to solicit your feedback on, because as we create a plan forward, we need to define what that end looks like. If we're going to look towards a model that puts more paramedic QRVs in the system, well, that's very different than a tiered response. It may integrate into it. Delayed dispatch is totally different, where you're actually prioritizing calls, and something that's a very low acuity will maybe sit, and it may sit for an hour to an hour and a half in favor of other calls that are higher priorities. There's different models out there, but for us to choose a path to go down, we need to have that end in mind of what we want it to look like in the future. This is a conversation that all of the hospitals and EMS providers have brought up at one point or another, but it begins in dispatch. And I'm not going to put John and Mike on the spot for this, but it really does begin in dispatch. That triage begins the minute that the phone rings. Our system is currently set up where it's just a simple priority 1 or priority 2. There's no higher level of classification, but we can do that. We just need to know what it's going to look like in the future for us to integrate into that.
So let me ask you, so I just want to piggyback off of Watt's question. So, you know, data, you can tell a story from data, right? You know, the data analysis, whatever is pulled out of here. So there's a lot of questions, right, that you want to be able to receive. So my first concern would be is to making sure that we have the right system, all right, in order to pull all the kind of data we need to paint that story, right, to build that storyline and to understand the points of failure and how we address it. The other thing I was going to ask you is that when we start looking at it holistically, you know, we're not just looking at EMS, right? We're also looking at the sheriff's office, we're looking at the fire department and how collaboratively, you know, everybody works in unison on that piece, right? And the third thing is obviously you can prioritize it and identify what makes sense based on the type of call, but one of the outputs is training, right? And identifying, do we have the right manpower to fill where we need to be at? So I think that's another piece where we need to also bring in and identify who's going to bring that training and how we're going to support it and partner with that and have job fairs and identify where we can go with that. So I'm just kind of hitting out a bunch of points, but I think it all starts with really good system to be able to identify these data points and then build the story and build those strategic plans around it. Yeah.
Piggyback then, talked about models, you got the end in mind. So what's the end goal? What are we working towards? So have you identified a model somewhere in the U.S. where they developed a particular system and theoretically it's working? Is this an efficient model to explore?
I'll say this, there are several, and there's different flavors that work for different people. I don't know that there's one answer to all of them, because just across the border in Charlotte, they've experimented with numerous models, and have not necessarily landed on what's the best one for their system. So we kind of have to approach it from some best practices, but at some point we have to pick a path and say this is the one that we're going to choose to head towards, based off of we're unique in our agreements with the hospitals and the providers. So the uniqueness of that, we have to build it around that versus a county-owned system, and that changes the game a little bit for us.
So does that mean that we have two things we have to explore? Number one is we've got to understand if our system has the capacity to do what we need it to do, but we also have to decide, are we providing the service or are our partners, Piedmont, Atrium, providing the service?
Or a combination of those two.
Or a combination of
And that's really ultimately, I think, our opinion, and I'm going to ask Chuck to chime in as well. That's my opinion, that this is a partnership between the two, where we take a stronger, more proactive approach of actually integrating into the medical response community, not necessarily with transport ambulances,
Right.
but providing more personnel, resources, and manpower to it. That may be through the fire departments. That could also be through a separate, entity that primarily focuses on EMS. I think a combination of the two is beneficial in the future, but
Yeah, I think it's kind of been mentioned a little bit, but the annual averages is probably a terrible indicator on the health of the EMS system. It just is. When you have that many calls, there can be a lot of people suffering, really for no reason. Until the needle moves or your phone rings, you really don't know there's a problem. Monitoring the system more closely, daily, weekly, however you want to frame it. Annual average is not the way you do it. There's hours work, or how many hours in the shift is the ambulance busy, or even get away from average and look at median, and then like your outliers. If somebody had to wait an hour, we need to go back and really how do we do better next time? Where were the ambulances that were available? Why weren't they deployed in a gap? That sort of thing. We're not able to truly do that without the charge from council and wanting to do it, because it is we have the citizen in mind doing it. It does kind of look like we're kind of pulling the curtain back a little bit and looking, and so But I think there are a lot of good resources. I think the model that we end up with would truly be a mix of everyone involved. There's very few not wanting to participate. It's how do you create the process right out of dispatch to ensure the best resources available as close as possible to the citizens.
Well, you would think from a partnership perspective, there's no question that Piedmont and Atrium want to participate because one of them's going to get the patient, and that's how they're going to get paid. The service leads to revenue, profit, right? So that piece is a given. Anyway, keep going, and I'll write something else, and I'll cover in a minute, which you're probably going to cover it.
Whenever you talk about those, well, there's two things. On the response time, all right? And we know what's fixing to happen and go into Newport and a lot of other areas, so we also got to factor in, definitely the western side's got the longest time. But with all this and the jumbling up of the roads and all, I mean, that time could actually even change for the ones that are getting adequate time.
Sure.
Because we've really got some messes in certain areas.
It
But-
could, and to speak to that, that's part of us taking a more active role in, and proactive role in requiring them to follow a posting and employment plan that we set in place. I've talked to Mike and John about, a position in dispatch, and I think we can accomplish this with our current staffing. We just really need to get it full staff in order to do that. But setting a posting plan that is dictated by the county and moving those around at the county's behest and not relying on an outside partner to make that determination. That's largely the way that it's been set up in the past. That's something that we can do without necessary council directive. We can start working in that direction, but when it comes into the enforcement of it, we will need council support and charge. And I think we're going to more than likely be able to cover that through our EMS ordinance, that is the standard when you agree to be in our system, that you also agree to abide by our policies with dispatch and our protocols, and in the future, whatever model that we move towards. I do think there's benefit immediately towards integrating a ALS fire component into it, where firefighter, paramedics, your Johnny and Roy.
Yeah, but down the road, and that's what I was fixing to ask about. I didn't have, I've only briefly, me and Chuck talked about it, but because we've had several incidents, as you know, well, which one of them involved my son-in-law, but then you also had another gentleman, if he could have got a clock busting drove soon enough, but if surely we took just two of the squad trucks, or just one for the western side, and put firefighter, paramedics, were at least this side, if we had to call the helicopter, to at least you get, I mean, especially for major fatality and accident.
Yeah. So that is directly in front of us, that we have an opportunity there to talk about the next steps. That's an opportunity right in front of us that, with your directive, we could start working towards and moving in that direction. The overall piece of this is actually moving towards that integrated system that would be some level of tiered response, where we can prioritize the calls, and those higher acuity ones will be treated with more urgency. A dispatch truck may be pulled off of a call in order to respond to that one. Here's the thing, we have the technology and we have the systems. We're not having to build from the ground up.
So basically what you're saying is 38,000 calls a year. If you can take 30% of those calls that are not emergent calls necessarily, handle them differently, you'll have ambulances to get to where they need to go properly. So let me mention something else right quick, since we're talking about, you mentioned staffing. So like many council members, when we are elected, we're invited to come visit each department of the county. So I went over to 911, spent probably 4 hours over there. I went to listen to everybody on 911, and then I went into the training room, the individuals that were being trained, and at that time, it was a pretty long process. I think it was a week, 2 weeks,
Months.
a month.
We're 9 months, I believe, at this point.
Okay, so my takeaway from that was that by the time you took someone through the training process, which was critically important, because I listened to them, what they did, extremely professional, efficient, Johnny on the spot dealing with the situation with professionalism. Some people don't even make it through the full training program before they exit, because they've been recruited by a municipality or someone else. My point is that I left there believing that y'all were always short of filling the positions that you need. So, understand, believe me, I've done this 35 years and we're always looking for more efficient ways to do things. AI is part of that now. But we can't overlook the possibility that you all are understaffed today, and we're talking about staffing up for something else, which is going to be efficient. It needs to happen. But we can't overlook this side if that still exists.
So Mike can jump in if he wants to. We've talked about this, and you're correct. They're not understaffed in the sense that they don't have enough positions approved in the budget. They're understaffed in the fact that they're having problems with the recruitment and retention piece of it. So that's where our efforts have to be, is focused heavily on the recruitment and retention aspect of
Right.
that. And that's countywide.
Right.
There's numerous departments that fall in that.
But that's
category.
also true with the EMS paramedic situation too.
It is, it is, and that's, you know, we're still in discussions, but trying to address that with our EMS partners. But it's an issue for them as well. But keep in mind that before the call ever gets to them, it's got to come through dispatch. And that's where our efficiency begins,
That's right.
is in dispatch and with those processes. Again, you know, we've done as much as we can for the pieces that we can purchase and put in place, but the next piece really is that soft component of having people.
Yeah.
And so
That's
it's not a.
And just added to his point, when he was saying with regards to our staffing and having more staff,
all right.
I know that we can accomplish better services
Yeah.
with the total number that I have approved right now
Mm-hmm.
to have in dispatch.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel confident that we're going to be able to
Okay.
have it.
That's good.
But that's where it lends itself
Yeah.
more towards the recruitment and retention efforts.
One of the things that, I'm just listening to you guys on, in regards to though, the data set and how, what questions are we gonna ask the data, right? Because those questions are always gonna change, you know, as a department, we're gonna have other questions we're gonna ask against the data. One of the things is though, large events, like a hurricane comes through, right? So this data will help us determine, you know, a larger event responses too. And I think that, again, I think we all will want to make sure that that piece of it is well advertised, as I know we've talked about it. But I think from a large event perspective, I think we really need to make sure we're drilling in there, not only to hit our normal numbers, but when a hurricane comes through or some other big disaster, we've got something ironed out that we pulled from the data that makes sense. You know, we have it locked down. So just throwing that thought out.
Yeah, so Chuck and I have actually talked about this recently related to medical surge.
Yeah.
And this is part of our current contracts that we have in place. You know, we've got static numbers that are 24 hours a day. But EMS is not the same 24 hours a day. You know, you got population surges where I came from in Greenville County, the population surge from when I was there, you know, roughly 500,000 during the evenings hours up to 1.2, 1.3 million during business hours.
Right.
Obviously, when you have that type of population surge, even if it's a transient population moving through your community, you still have those peak hours
Yeah.
of surge. You know, our contracts and our agreements could directly reflect something like that, where, you know, maybe a lower number is adequate in the evenings, but during our surge hours, you know, it needs to be much higher than what we're contractually talking about minimums. So,
Here are certain days in Greenville, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely.
The hospitality industry.
Oh, yeah. All right, thank you guys for this.
So, you know, talking about next steps, what we want to do is come back to the committee with an actual plan and define what that end looks like to show you the model that we want to create. A lot of it is going to be based on some changes in dispatch, but more importantly, it'll be built on what do we see EMS and medical response in the future? What's York County's position going to be in it with ALS, fire resources, things of that nature?
Right.
And then talking about the allowance of having lower licensed ambulances in the system to handle those lower acuity calls.
How long will it take you to come back with a proposal? When can we expect one?
I mean, I believe we could create something in 60 days. I think that's
Okay.
Reason I ask is, as you well know, we got a lot of items that we're gonna figure out if we're gonna budget for them this year or next year. So we really need items like this out as soon as possible, so we can work on our budget and figure out how we're gonna pay for what and what we're looking to pay for. Not just now, but a long-range vision too, just like you laid out for York Fire One, same thing. But we got attached numbers to this, so we know what we have to budget for long-term.
Yeah. Sooner the better.
I think imminently we can bring you back something that's substantive within 60 days, and that's well ahead of our budget planning. So we can solicit some direction and talk about our year 1, 2, and 3 priorities. Obviously, a lot of it is going to be built on some of our imminent needs, and then we'll build in how it grows in the future with that. So, I can commit to that. I'm fine doing that and bringing you back something, well before the end of the year.
So that's great. I'm glad you brought that up. The other thing I was thinking about too is that I want to understand though, like we're coming up with this master plan, identifying the systems, and coming up strategically with all these different processes. And again, it's incorporating fire, sheriff's office, EMS, etc. But I also want to understand how how this partnership with municipalities are going to fit into this model, right? Because that's really critical as we move forward. What is our partnership where, and how are they managing it from their end, and how do we fit as a puzzle together from a county perspective?
That may be a longer term conversation, but that's a good thing to bring up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know that that's necessarily anything that we're talking about imminently, but it is something to consider of what their role is in this, particularly as it relates to fire response and,
Right.
and how that integrates into it. So happy to.
Yeah, the better we have that conversation with them, I think we as a county will be much stronger to understand where they're at, what are their expectations, how are they writing their playbook. So we got to make sure we're all in sync. Yeah.
So I don't want to overextend our staff, but, I'm willing to commit to coming back as early as November with some year 1 priorities at least, and trying to map out the first 3 years of this. So that way you can have it in front of you well ahead of our budget preparation. So I'll commit to that.
That'd be great.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Good.
All right,
All right.
now, review and discussion for the proposed Motorola MAP SUA 7-year contract.
All right, so just to give you a brief overview of what we're going to talk about, and I told John I was going to put a timer in front of me to monitor and give you a history. But so we want to give you an understanding of our radio system, and I wanted to have an object lesson where I actually took a radio and put it on the table and said, this is what most of us view communications as. But what John's going to actually explain to you is how much bigger this system is. It's not just a radio, and it's not just me pushing a button and talking to Matt or Chief Dunlap or Chief Ward in the back. There's a much bigger ecosystem at play here. And that's important because as we talk about this Motorola agreement, you really need to understand that concept and what it means and what all goes into it. It was even eye-opening for me, even knowing what I do and having managed numerous systems on Motorola and other platforms as well. It was even eye-opening to me because our system is unique. We're one of only 2 that are built this way in the state of South Carolina. So the uniqueness is built into the agreement itself. So we're going to give you that understanding, and when we come down to the end of it, we're going to try and explain what we've done to this point, because we don't want you to be shocked at this contract when we come back to you. And I'll talk about our RFP that actually closed today for our communications consultant. That was a priority of council's in our strategic plan and one of your directives. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike and
And
John.
I'll piggyback off of what he said about putting a timer on John. It's actually what I consider to be the best benefit, is because he's been here since the inception of the system, which I think is remarkable. He's fantastic at what he does. The knowledge that he brings to York County with regards to our radio system is bar none, top notch. So I did tell him not too much with the technical stuff.
Can I ask a clarifying question before we start? So, again, when I joined council, I remember us talking about the cost of the Motorola communication devices. and they were so expensive. But after I read through this, I'm kind of beginning to understand, it's not so much just about the cost of what you're holding in your hand, it's the system that supports it.
It's the infrastructure.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's why it's so difficult to say, yeah, they're expensive per unit, but moving to somebody else isn't so simple as just getting new handheld devices.
I hate to say this, but it's generally you get what you pay for,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
That's what I took from reading that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does this ride across FirstNet also?
It is not.
It does not.
So I'll start. When I was 10, I got my first radio.
You got your first radio?
I got my first radio when I was 10. It was scan radio, so I could listen to public safety. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I've had 26 long, fantastic years with York County. Had the opportunity to help build this radio system, and I'm very proud of what we have as a county for our first responders and our citizens. So quickly, the agenda, talk about a little of the history, what we have, who we are in terms of the Department of Public Safety Communications, and talk about a little bit of our current maintenance agreement and what we're looking at long term, and then what are the next steps. So, next slide is pre-2007, and I mentioned that it's important because the radio system went live in 2007. Everything before 2007 was a disparate radio system. Law couldn't talk to law, didn't matter which agency you were with in the county. EMS couldn't talk to fire, fire couldn't talk to fire, and it caused a huge issue. Then there was September 2001 that everyone realized that emergency communications was absolutely necessary to provide emergency response. So one of our other issues was inadequate coverage. Handhelds, everybody's used to carrying a cell phone. Well, there's almost ubiquitous handheld coverage on a cell phone these days, but back then there was no such thing. So we had coverage deficiencies. Firefighters couldn't go in structures and continue to talk. Public Works could listen to radio traffic offshore all day long from around the world, but they couldn't talk from one side of the county to the other to let them know where they needed fuel to come fill their tractors or trucks, that kind of thing. So those items were taken into consideration, and we knew that we had to make some changes. So in 2002, this picture on the left is during a construction process, but that picture on the left is the county radio system building. It's smaller than that pickup truck. The picture on the right is some of the equipment in the refurbished facility after the construction was complete. But the county fire service repeater on the left-hand side was still cube type in 2002. So we knew that we had to make some changes. In 1999, just before I started with the county, Frederick Griffin and Associates was hired, a consulting firm, to come in and assess what the county had. They made some recommendations and helped us get frequencies to put in a new radio system. In 2002, it was decided to reassess what we had and make the determination that the original consultant provided good information. So that took place. And then in 2003, we did it yet again. So a third consultant came in, affirmed that we were taking the right path, going to put in a new countywide radio system that would meet the needs for, back then you had a flip phone. There were no iPhones, so data in cars, those kinds of things were all important parts of this process. So council approved the contract with Motorola Solutions in December 2004, and and then in 2007, the sheriff's office went live with their first radios. So it took a few years to build, and we got what we asked for, which was a sound radio system. So the picture on the left is framed in basically York County, but if you notice all of the white is where we didn't have coverage on previous radio systems. What we ended up with on the left, or excuse me, the right, is the new countywide radio system. Handheld coverage in most every facility that you can go in the county, something that met our needs again.
Mm-hmm.
So pre-2007, we had approximately 20 different radio systems in the county. A guess of 500 radios countywide, whether municipal or county-owned. Every fireman, and don't take this away negatively, because I was a volunteer at one time, I had my own radios. There was no way to account for the number of radios that were out in the field. So an approximation of 500 radios in the field. There were 3 dispatch centers that I was responsible for when I came to work here, and 13 dispatch consoles. Again, no data, no backup system. The backup was me coming into work and hoping that I could get it fixed on Friday night if something broke. So moving forward, what we have today, we have one radio system. The data we have from the radio system is there are 7 million times a year, this is based on the last 365 days, of somebody pressing a button on a radio that talks. Almost 7 million times on our radio system. It's 542,000 minutes of radio traffic, which is equal to someone talking nonstop for a year. And we only run at 20% capacity. They have 9 tower sites. They have 20,000 radios on our system. 4,000 that belong to resident agencies or departments within the county, police, fire, EMS, municipal, public works, those kinds of folks. We now have 9 dispatch centers we're responsible for and 36 dispatch consoles. Significant increase in just dispatch capabilities. Today, the data services, while we don't use FirstNet, that was asked a little bit ago, we do use over-the-air programming so that we can program a radio. Someone moves from one position within the sheriff's office to another and needs access to different channels, then we can remotely program that and take care of that so the officer doesn't have to come in on it.
Before you would have to take the person off the field and actually hold the device and connect the cable to and connect it to a computer to program these radios.
Yes. We also can track all of the radios. The benefit of that is lost and stolen radios and first responder safety. We know where they are, as Chuck referred to earlier, keeping up with the ambulances so we know which ambulance is closest to the call. All of that's handled through the radio system GPS tracking. We also have multiple backup systems, not only within the infrastructure itself, but we have systems on additional overlays that if something were to happen, we can migrate without effect of the day-to-day business. Last but certainly not least, or 2 other things, monitoring software. In fact, I said I didn't know how many radios we had on the radio systems before. Now we know we activate, deactivate, just like a cellular provider. We know who's there, we know what they're doing, we know how they're doing, we know where the radio is. So get a lot of data that we didn't have before.
Now, do you run, does it auto software patch? Like, can you upload software patches to them, or do you have to still manually plug them?
Most of that is still manually done.
Manually plug them, okay.
Yes, sir. And then last but certainly not least, talking about September 2001, and Chuck mentioned bringing in agencies from across jurisdictional lines, we have interoperability. Just about every county around us, with the exception of Cherokee County, we can talk to directly to on the radio. So no matter what the type of event, whether we go to them or they go to us, they come to us, we can communicate with them, which is unheard of in many ways.
Including partners in North Carolina.
Yes. So towers, everybody loves a tower. These are the 9 sites that we have in the county. The one in the middle there is the Moss Justice Center site, which I'm sure you've seen in past NJC. It's a 480-foot tower. That is the primary central, there's a central command point for the radio infrastructure, and that's what it is. Inside that tower is a server room. We have a 24 by 36 facility with radio equipment, server equipment, power systems, backup power systems, generators, all of these things. So county property, county owned, and maintained through services provided by technical services from communications as well as mobile. And then we have 8 more, much like this. The remote sites are spread around the county and to provide the appropriate coverage, but they all look the same inside. But a total of what is basically 9 server rooms, not including what's at the dispatch center, to manage our communications capabilities.
These server rooms that you have, do you have redundant access in it?
Yes.
Okay.
So we pride ourselves on the fact that when we built this, we made sure that if a link, and
Right.
everybody's used to fiber cuts,
Yeah.
if something is cut, something else is available to transport, so we don't lose. And it's self-healing, so
Right.
to some degree, because of the coverage capabilities that we have, we don't lose coverage
Yeah.
if we were to lose something.
You get the primary backup.
Yes.
Second.
So a department overview, public safety communications, we have a total staff of about 45 people. That's broken down from 4 divisions. There's the operations division, which is the large majority of it being 911 dispatch and the training department. Professional standards, which manages our FOIA requests that we get from Karen, as well as the accreditation from CALIA. We have a single public education staff member. And then technical services has 4 technicians or 3 technicians, a help desk type person, and then there's me as the deputy director of the technical services. We answered last year 306,000 calls in York County. So that's basically everyone in York County dialed 911 once last year. You think about it. We dispatched all fire, all EMS, the sheriff's office, and the tribal police. There were 127,000 times last year that a dispatcher keyed up on the radio and said, somebody go somewhere. And all handled over our radio system. And I mentioned professional standards. We are an accredited dispatch center, of which I believe there are only 7 in the state of South Carolina. So pretty proud of that.
About 115 internationally, so I'm very proud of
Yeah,
the city.
yeah, that's great. Sure you worked with.
So technical services, not to read all of this for your sake, we are the technical folks who manage the components that run public safety communications capabilities, not just within our department. We're right now helping deploy laptops for the fire service. We manage servers, we manage the radio infrastructure. We are the direct point of contact for all of the Motorola contracts and their direct day-to-day interface with the county, which is the meat of what we do. But there are a myriad of other things that we take care of within the county and are not just contract management. So talk about the maintenance contract components. It's not just,
This is the Motorola contract that we're talking about, so
Mhm.
understand that this is what we're negotiating currently. So I quit now.
thank you. So it's not just one thing. So there are multiple pieces to this. There's the day-to-day, make sure it works, and then there's the future-proof it, is one of the things that we insisted initially through the RFP. The original RFP was this system has to live 15 years. Well, we've obviously surpassed that. But we want to make sure that there are no huge capital outlays along this process because Microsoft doesn't support something anymore, so you have to replace all your servers this
Well,
year.
that's it.
So we worked with Motorola to come up with a sound solution for how we manage the projects without having to come back to council every year and ask for huge capital.
So can I ask a quick question on this?
Certainly.
So that system we talked about earlier in what you have here, it's everything that you have, it's all compatible, obviously, from the handheld back to the system and in anything that comes out. So there's no, so the all of the equipment in totality is all under one contractual umbrella.
Yes,
Okay.
that is right.
Okay.
Do you foresee satellite technology like Starlink disrupting this space at some point?
At some point, yes, or at least becoming an adjunct to, especially when you're looking at coverage out in the middle of nowhere.
It's not developed at this point?
No.
Not really.
Unfortunately, and I had the opportunity to respond in Western North Carolina last fall, and Starlink was an absolute lifesaver, really.
Well, they
truly.
were,
That's why I'm asking
yeah.
the question.
So it is, we are going from an industry
Mhm.
more toward satellite technologies, but we're not there. It just isn't, there's just not enough bandwidth, there's not enough capability.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to use it, and unfortunately, when you're talking about big business, government isn't big business. There are banks who want that service more than we do.
Well, we had, because I work for AT&T, and we had, our redundancy was wiped out on the fiber, where we got torn up, going across bridges and et cetera. Starlink came in and rescued a lot of it. Incredible.
Yes.
I don't know, I'd just love to have Nextel back.
We were talking about that at lunch today, yes, sir? So the Motorola maintenance contract is multiple components of things, and mostly there to maintain the financial responsibility over the course of years. So the maintenance and services. So Motorola, as part of our current maintenance contract and what is anticipated to come in the near future, is a break fix. So if the radio breaks, if the radio system breaks, if the dispatch console breaks, and this speaking of radios and dispatch consoles, that is what is in the county-owned dispatch centers. And I'll share a little more about that in a minute. But it's not the municipal dispatch centers. We host them, but they're still contractually responsible for their equipment. Network and security monitoring. So we obviously want someone to know that there's a problem in a network before it becomes a visible problem to the responders. So Motorola has 24-hour monitoring and provides the security through the radio network. They also provide a dedicated soul who lives here in York County, just moved from Italy recently. We've got a new system manager, but that is our point of contact. So we have a Motorola person who is here for the liaison. With him, we get huge amount of resources behind him because he has those resources of Motorola. So if we need engineers, if we have, there's a bug in software and we need that additional support, we get that without having to spend additional dollars by having that system manager here. So huge benefit, plus he is our customer face from Motorola to all of the agencies in the county. Also part of the maintenance services, we have an in-county radio shop. Mobile Communications of America, they have the technicians, they are the boots on the ground that go out and touch the tower sites on a daily basis. They also supplement support with our 911 phone system in the dispatch centers with 40 additional dedicated technician hours as part of the contract. Also spare and advanced replacement equipment, so we're not waiting for equipment to be shipped, or if we know that something is potentially wrong, Motorola will go ahead and ship us equipment. So this is all, again, we've either got it or it's going to be here next flight out so that we don't have to wait on it and ultimately risk lives. And then last but certainly not least, first echelon, deputy has a broken microphone in the car, fire truck has a fuse blown in a red light, they can drive up to the radio shop and the radio shop will take care of that service without any additional cost to the county. So it's keeping folks in the field. There's so much technology in these pieces of equipment today. Keep the folks in the field as much and as often as possible. So this, I was talking about the multiple components of the contract. A little later, there's a timeline to describe when some of this will take place, but there are 24 dispatch consoles that are in county-owned dispatch centers, 13 in 911, 2 in detention, and 8 deployable consoles. So if we were displaced, we could move to this conference room if we needed to. And then there's one at the Boss Justice Center Tower site. It looks like a computer screen, but there's a host of other things in the background. But that was the easiest way for me to describe what it is. But a dispatcher is looking at that screen with about 125 different channels in front of them using those dispatch consoles. But those would be replaced as part of this next maintenance contract. Next, repeaters. A repeater is a piece of radio equipment at each tower. There are 154 of them. All of those would be replaced much later in the contract. It's technology aging out, and we're keeping up with the next available technology so that we have a supportable piece of equipment. We don't ever get into the position that we can't get the hardware or software or things that we need to keep something operational. There's some additional services that we've asked to be included in the contract. One is an integrated asset management system. So we can, from the time a radio comes off the UPS truck or FedEx truck to the time we sell it at auction, we can easily track that, activate the piece of equipment, keep up with its services, what's broken, what's been fixed, who's got it. A myriad of capabilities there, but it centralizes that from having segmented pieces of software today to keep up with it. So it does centralize it and helps technical services become more efficient in managing the process. Another piece that is huge to this is the fact that we have the radio replacement contract, as you mentioned, and having a subscriber, we have to depreciate those subscribers annually. This software will help us do that instead of us having to do it. Cirrus Central Monitoring is remote management and monitoring software. Today, we have to go to a computer and work on that particular aspect of the radio system. Cirrus Central gives us the ability to not, or to be able to more easily remotely manage and monitor from the county's perspective. And last but certainly not least, as y'all know, technology changes by the minute. I do agree that going back to Nextel some days would be a great thing. But with the technology changes, we've obviously got to train our technical staff. We find that it's better, especially in a larger contract, and we would get better pricing to include the training to keep our technicians up to date on all of the changes and things. like
Technician
that.
trainings are extremely expensive, extremely, like in the thousands of dollars for one training course.
I'll talk about the slide. It's out of place. I did make a mistake.
No, I moved it.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Just to talk about the infrastructure that is included in that as well.
Okay.
That's the purpose.
Mhm.
Yes, so just another couple of pictures, some of the things that we're looking at doing, and there are some initiatives that we'll talk about in just a second. Air conditioners, we have 20 air conditioners on these
Mhm.
buildings. They are nearly 20, well, they are 20
Right.
years old. It's going from,
Yeah, that's
you
perfect.
know, you replace a home air conditioner every 15 years, 13 years. So we need to replace these units because they're constantly breaking. We have to have air conditioning in these
Well,
facilities.
these
that keep them
servers,
operating.
those things are always heat and heartbeat.
Yes. Fortunately, with COVID funding, we were, actually, I beg your pardon, through the general fund, council allowed us to purchase a replacement generator for the Moss Justice Center tower. That was a fantastic move, but we also have 8 more that need to be replaced.
Mhm.
That was the most important, but we still want to do that, and we want to bring the management of those services in-house, which
Mhm.
David will speak to a little more clearly in terms of financial benefit of that.
How often does generator run?
Weekly, at a minimum, an hour a week.
They're tested.
They're tested.
Yeah.
Tested, yeah.
Do we sell those when we, after we replace them?
I would anticipate.
They are surplus.
Mhm.
So we were talking, or I was talking about the other things that come. So part of the contract is keeping servers upgraded and making sure that we have the most serviceable equipment. So 2027 would be a significant Moss Justice Center tower site server replacement. 2028, we do a biennial radio system upgrade. 2030, we again do that, and the timeline for the end of life of our current dispatch consoles would be reached. So we would implement the new dispatch consoles for all of the dispatch positions within the county.
Mhm.
Again, the municipalities would be responsible for their own. The repeater stations would also be replaced in 2031, and then lastly, as part of the 7-year agreement, we'd do another software upgrade just before the contract ran out in June of 2033.
So with Motorola though, is there a certain amount of spectrum that you have to purchase from them for these devices? Or is that all included in the baseline requirements, which you guys are looking for?
So while Motorola used to manufacture just
Mhm.
about every component.
Mhm.
So everything came out of a Motorola factory.
Mhm.
Some, more than a decade ago, Motorola sold off certain parts of their company and they became
Mhm.
Motorola Solutions.
Mhm.
So they do use other pieces of hardware that are not manufactured by Motorola,
Mhm.
but they develop the software and engineer the software specifically for the application of running the radio system.
Mhm.
So while it may have a Jim's server name on it,
Mhm.
Jim's software isn't in there anymore. Motorola has developed that software to specifically work within our environment.
Yeah, gotcha.
But to answer your question about bandwidth, we don't purchase bandwidth
Right.
from them.
Yeah.
John mentioned that our current system operates at about 20% capacity.
Okay.
So that's internal to us. We don't sell that to anybody else. That's the redundancy and the capacity that we've built.
Okay, that's what I was wondering how.
Yeah,
So we're at 20. So we have expandability.
We're very covered. Just to
Very
give you an
much covered.
example, If you were
Okay.
to go over to like a PAL 800 system,
Mhm.
which is also Motorola,
Mhm.
that would decrease significantly because now you are sharing that bandwidth with every other provider
Yeah.
that is on that system. We don't have to worry about that. So
Yeah.
that's why we have such significant coverage.
Well, it's very defined, so, yeah.
If you go to another system like 500, you would literally push to talk.
Yeah.
You could queue because the system is busy,
Right,
where we do not have that.
yeah, and that's a huge thing, so, okay.
You don't get a call waiting tones, you get a beep. that is-
Right,
It
right,
literally will just be constantly
Right.
until you do have
yeah,
access to be able to.
okay.
So looking at this timeline, 2027, I'm sure there will be a number to budget 2027, but moving forward, those are unexpected, we have no idea what's
But
going
hold
to
on,
cost.
I'm gonna come to that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so you jump to the next slide. So this is a historical perspective plus our current agreement. So you can see 26 million in 2004, which if you factored in inflation, I mean, that'd be significantly more today. That's the actual purchase and integration of the system plus our post-warranty service. Now we've moved into that 7-year agreement. So there's different variations in there, and you can see the significant uptick in year 7. Obviously, that's due to a lot of inflation because our previous contract was based on 2017 pricing. So now you're talking about the procurement of materials, the price of everything has gone up. So that's some of those significant costs. Now, I will tell you the first
Yeah.
iteration of this negotiation we entered into,
Yeah.
that number was 32 million.
Wow.
So we have already, before we brought this to you, negotiated pieces
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah.
So on this next slide, talking about our current cost savings, these are things that we've already pulled out of our agreement. So these are things that maybe were previously agreed to or that we did in conjunction with Motorola. We are now bringing all of these in-house. So John mentioned the generator replacements. We believe that we can save about $1 million on the life of this contract by doing that internally. That'd be through technical services and facilities, by
Yeah.
procuring that internally. The HVAC replacement would be the same thing, handling that in-house. The reporting system, that was another piece that was quoted in there for replacement. Again, we went out and John and Mike worked on
Yeah.
actually being
That
able
was
to
directly
figure
a
that out.
$1 million cut, just
Yeah,
alone for the
I can
reports.
imagine, yeah.
So we've cut that out, and then the radio programming support, which is really an important piece because the radio programming was formerly handled by Motorola.
Yeah.
That's going to be a major burden on technical services. But again, as long as they're fully staffed, which they're closer to being fully staffed, that's a service that we're also going to be pulling in-house to avoid that being included in our contract to handle. So these are all items that we have already negotiated and pulled out of the contract
Okay.
to try and drive that
I
price
can
down to
see.
something that's more digestible. So that 24.3 million, that's a total cost, but that is spread out over that 7 years. So we kind of do like an equalized payment plan. Some
Right.
years fluctuate slightly depending on what capital is included, but
Right.
that prevents us from having, like John said, that huge capital outlay in any given year. If you came to some point in that contract where you had to replace all of your generators or all of your repeaters,
Yeah.
you'd have a huge capital outlay in that year. This normalizes or equalizes that throughout the life of the 7-year agreement. So we're paying consistent amounts every year towards this to avoid that huge capital outlay at one time.
So is any of this, any of the equipment, the handheld units, are any of these coming through as a lease? Or are these all going to be owned?
They're all owned, and so keep in mind, one thing with the way to kind of equate this agreement with that equalized payment, you know, for our vehicle replacement program, we depreciate those. So every year, every department that has vehicles assigned to them are paying that depreciation value into the vehicle replacement fund.
Right.
So I'll use emergency management, for example. They're due to have a vehicle replaced this year. Emergency management was not responsible for budgeting that this year. They
Right.
depreciated that throughout the past 10 or 12 years, however many years that truck was in service, and now it'll be replaced from that vehicle replacement fund. We do the same thing with our radio replacement. We depreciate those as well, and they're purchased for county assets
Right.
out of that radio replacement fund to avoid a huge capital outlay at any given time.
Right, so I get, and again, that's, so, but is there opportunity, I mean, this, again, from a county perspective or any type of program like that, do they also offer a lease program or is it specific to purchase all equipment?
There are opportunities.
Okay.
It was during, I guess, the last significant outlay was 2021, 22,
Uh-huh.
and COVID funding covered the cost of the first responder radios.
Mhm.
So it wasn't viewed as a lease opportunity considering the grant.
The grant, right. Mhm.
We've not had the need to explore, but I know Motorola does offer some lease options.
Yeah, I'm just curious, because if we're looking at all of this, I would be interested in what is the difference of the lease offering as opposed to us owning the equipment and depreciating it as we go. I mean, I want to, you know, from a scale and loan balance perspective, I'd like to see the difference on that. Yeah.
And I would,
Just like any other lease though, you ain't gonna come out.
Well, in the
Well-
end, the product's gonna be outdated.
Yeah. You ain't gonna.
Well, yeah, I mean, right, I mean, sometimes if, with lease, I mean, you may get newer, upgraded equipment sometimes as opposed to us having to lengthen the use of a specific where you can get a newer version of the equipment after 3 years. But anyways, I just, again, you can,
Can you go back one slide?
Yes, sir.
So the 24.3 million at the bottom, 7-year maintenance agreement, but then back up one more slide. So these are upgrades and replacement costs, and that's the timeline of doing it. Is this in addition? Yeah.
No, it's not in addition, this is included as part of that
It's included.
24.3
That's
million.
part of the maintenance.
Correct.
mhm.
Is there any fear that some of the costs of these things are gonna go down in time, not go up? Technological advancements and.
I have not experienced that opportunity
Yeah.
in my career. I have not seen more available, but what I've seen in the market is in most cases, they're not going to, just because they could get the equipment cheaper doesn't mean that they're going to charge less for it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who it is.
Okay.
So I wouldn't expect that we would have any significant savings about it.
That's
Holding.
7 years.
And I think, the benefit of this is we know what to expect and when to expect it.
Yeah.
My fear all along has been, with some of the other systems that we have that we don't have significant contracts with, is if it breaks mid-year or something significant comes up, and I don't have the repair budget to do it, there are a whole lot of implications and potential downtime where
Yeah.
we know that there are Motorola fleets that are going to be on the ground managing, working, making sure that this communication system doesn't fail. You know, as I said earlier, what is basically 2 hours of downtime in 20 years, or nearly 20 years, is pretty insignificant. in the grand scheme of things.
I guess the last question is, the users of this system have all said they're happy with Motorola equipment.
Hold on to that thought. So fast forward to our consultant slide. So right now, and I don't want to go ahead and throw this out there at this point, the disadvantage of this is that we're having to run parallel. We're having to negotiate this contract because it has to be started by June of 2026. We have to have this executed by June of 2026. With that, our RFP closed today for a communications consultant. So over the next 6 months, our communications consultant will be working with us to, evaluate the overall health of the system, any other options that are available, identifying additional tower sites that are needed. I know there's certain areas of the county, like the Catawba area, Fort Mill, that have some coverage issues at times. Help us identify that. Also looking at some paging and alerting systems. But again, we're having to treat that we're walking these hand in hand. So we're negotiating this contract with the assumption, and it's not an assumption, but off of the assumption that we're going to have to re-sign this contract. Now, if the consultant were to come back and just completely throw a new scenario at us that we need to consider, then that would change the game for time. But that would be just a complete system overhaul, and that would be multiple years. That would be very cumbersome. So unfortunately, like I said, we're having to walk these hand in hand and prepare that we're going to go ahead and negotiate this contract, but we are relying on the communication consultant as well. So with that RFP closed today. So over this next week, we'll start evaluating those and actually interviewing if possible, but looking to award a contract to that consultant. And then we'll engage with them to start working towards that. First phase is going to be a needs assessment to actually determine what the overall health of our system is, where our specific needs are, what opportunities there are in the market. One that we're already talking about internally that we'll rely on this consultant to guide us on is allowing outside users onto our system. So that would be like a non-Motorola branded radio. There's a lot of nuances that come into that, like what John talked about, monitoring what radios are on our system, where they're at, the GPS, being able to reach out and deactivate and touch those systems. So for us to allow any other vendors on our system, there would have to be a lot of agreements in place so that it doesn't create an additional burden on our technical services staff. We're not opposed to that. So we're exploring that in the discussions with at least 1 or 2 vendors right now. Not internally to the county yet, but we would start with our mutual aid partners.
Mhm.
So those outside of our county, we would want to monitor what that does to our bandwidth, like what you mentioned. And do we see any system issues if we were to allow that before we ever consider bringing that into county? So that's kind of that first step. So to the, because I've heard mention, well, why can't we buy a Pioneer radio or a Kindle or something else? That's the reason why. But we're still open to it and exploring that so that we can at least start to work with some other providers if it doesn't create a burden on our staff. So we're not so tied into this contract with Motorola that we're not willing to open up that consideration. It's just built on the respect of our staff and what they're actually capable of.
Will part of your scope be to look at sources of income, grant money, federal, state, is that even available for a
Potentially.
project like this?
There's several sources of funding from the state. There's a 911 subscriber fee, but things like that are just they're dwindling.
Yeah.
So it will look at that. I've heard mention, someone else asked, are there any charges that we have for our service for people to access it? There is none. Possibly with this consultant asking, should we consider that in the future? We've made this huge investment that has come largely on the backs of the county and our taxpayers, but are there other entities that we should be charging airtime may not be the right word, but for them to access and use our system? So
Well, yeah, and
we'll-
that's,
we'll
the whole
look at all
concept
that.
is like, bring your own device concept, right?
But
But again, it all
Well,
impacts the
it won't
network too, so
successfully
you,
die,
there's,
I believe so.
that's, you gotta be careful.
They wanted to order this.
So if you want to jump to the last slide, we'll kind of conclude this. So our next steps, and I'm also asking you because I want to develop a level of comfort and confidence with this committee to bring back to council. We're continuing to negotiate with Motorola. We have another meeting with them next week to kind of hammer out that final number in developing that contract. Doesn't mean that we're going to sign it. That's just kind of our concluding phases of our negotiation.
Right.
With that, Mr. Kendry in the back, I believe we always include a non-appropriation clause with all of those. So that's kind of our parachute, council's non-appropriation clause in any budget year. We always include that in there. Our next step, again, is also to hire a consultant who's going to be reviewing those options. If they bring forward any new ideas or any new options in our contract, then that would change some of those negotiations in signing that contract. So that's very timely that we get on that sooner rather than later.
And you need no action from us to do that, do we?
We don't. That's our, well, you will, after we
not at this
evaluate
time.
and bring a recommendation for a
Right.
contractor back to you.
Right.
And then finally, a major piece of that consultant is also to acquire an alerting or discover what alerting and paging systems are out there to move away from our 900 megahertz, alphanumeric pagers. So that'll all be recommendations. My question to you is, Motorola has offered to come in and speak to this committee if you feel that it would be necessary. I personally think John has done an amazing job of
Yeah, he's good.
educating
Yeah,
you.
you did.
So
He done good.
I think we're good with that.
Yeah.
That'll be our next steps to bring back to you.
Yeah, I'll be interested,
All right.
I'll be interested to hear what they talked about for the least opportunity.
Okay. We'll look at that.
All right, thank you. We got any matters for executive session?
None. A motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. All right, right on.
Thanks, y'all.
Perfect.
David.